Wow, es geht. Wow, 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 wow. Endlich. What the fuck? Also, Blizzard ist down. Geil, weil, ja, das ist genau 9. 10 vor 10. Ja, gut, easy. Dann ist sie 10 Minuten wieder ab.
He's nearing 60 years old, and his back problems are bad enough that on some days he wakes up paralyzed. He's fighting the clock. Who could that possibly be on a summer weekend visiting Hinton's deserted AI lab?
I am Ilya. I want to study neural networks.
Little did anyone know, least of all Hinton, but that knock would change the course of human history. The year is 1956. America won the war, and its next frontier was space and robots.
Discoveries that were miracles a few short years ago are accepted as commonplace today.
Is a concern of a new field of science called space medicine.
Thank you, Garco.
Within a year, we'd be in a space race with Russia. The future is now. We're in Tomorrowland. That summer in New Hampshire, 10 men gathered to ask the question.
Well, now, seriously, Professor, do you think that one day machines will really be able to think?
Well, I think so, but people still disagree about it.
And the field of artificial intelligence was born. But unlike math or physics, AI had no inherited wisdom or proven frameworks. It was just 10 men arguing in a room. From that, 2 camps emerged who thought they had the way forward. And they hated each other. Leading the first camp was Marvin Minsky, an MIT professor who would become known as the godfather of AI.
Ja, okay, ich hab keinen Bock auf das. Ich will am liebsten ein bisschen Musik hören, aber dann bannt mich YouTube wieder. Haha, voll geil.
Okay, midnight has arrived, and I've spent countless hours learning everything top to bottom, and I'm here to guide you step by step. In today's video, we'll break down the biggest mistakes people are making at midnight and how you can avoid them. From tricks to gain substantially more reputation faster, to making hundreds of thousands of gold pretty much AFK, and even faster and more efficient gearing upgrades, and some other big mistakes you guys need to look out for. So if you're ready to make the best use of your time and avoid getting overwhelmed in midnight, let's jump right into it. Immediately, one of the biggest mistakes players are making right now is spending their crest upgrading low item level gear, especially adventure and veteran pieces. Now listen, I completely understand why people are doing this. Right now, veteran gear is some of the best gear you can get in the game before season starts, so it feels natural to start dumping crest into your gear. But once you understand how the crest conversion system actually works, doing this is usually a pretty big mistake. In retail, WoW, crest upgrades in tiers, and once you outgrow a crest tier in the game, it will let you convert your lower crest into higher crest. Now, let me break this down. For example, once you reach item level 237 in every single slot, you unlock the ability to convert your adventurer crest into veteran crest. From there, once you hit item level 250 in every slot, you can convert veteran crest into champion crest, and the system continues upward through the gear tiers. And just to be clear here, this isn't your average item level. You actually need to reach that watermark in every slot for the conversion unlock to trigger the achievement. Now, I know this sounds very, very confusing, but if you just follow the item level brackets you see on screen here, you'll be perfectly fine. The reason this matters is because when Season 1 launches on March 17th, players will start getting champion gear very quickly from doing things like Bountiful Death.
Ich werde irgendein Game kaufen. Und vielleicht ist es WoW Midnight. Vielleicht aber auch nicht. Wahrscheinlich nicht, nein. Nicht schon? Ah, es ist 5 vor. Fuck.
Nightmare Prey, and those activities can reward champion track gear almost instantaneously, which means
Wow,
the
to
inventory
wow
veteran
midnight
gear
or
you're
not
upgrading
to
right now
wow
is going to get
midnight.
replaced very quickly. So if you spend all of your crest upgrading that gear today, you're essentially upgrading items you're going to swap out in literally just a week's time from now. So instead, the smarter play is to save those crests, convert them into higher tier crests later down the line once you hit those breakpoints, and then funnel them directly into
Wait.
to that champion or eventually hero track gear when the season opens up. Immediately following that, another massive mistake players are making right now is wasting their sparks on the wrong crafted gear. I have already heard people saying they're crafting things like rings, bracers, or even boots. And honestly, that's a pretty big problem and one of the main reasons I'm even making this video. The reason for this is simple. The biggest power spike you can get on your character from crafting is almost always going to be your weapon, 99.9% of the time. Crafting something like bracers or boots gives you a very small upgrade compared to what a weapon could provide you. So using your spark on those slots right now is basically throwing away one of your most valuable resource and upgrade items. Right now, you have the opportunity to craft a weapon that can reach around 259 item level with the exact stats you want and even an embellishment if you choose. That is a nuclear jump in power compared to almost any other slot you can craft. The best part about all of this is that crafted gear is recraftable. So once the season starts and you actually begin earning this higher tier crest, you can simply just recraft that same weapon to a higher rank instead of replacing it entirely. It's much cheaper and lets you keep upgrading the same item over time. The correct play here is do not waste your sparks on awful bullshit items like boots, bracers, or rings. Your first priority should almost always be a weapon, and then later on you can start filling in other slots. Another thing a lot of players are overlooking right now is the champion gear you can earn from Renown right now. Midnight launched with 4 different Renown factions, and each one of them has a quest that rewards a champion slot for that reputation rank. We'll show the ranks on screen for you right here so you guys can find it easily. And right now that is a very big deal because champion track is the highest item level gear you can literally obtain in the game right now until March 17th. So like we said before, each faction rewards you with a different slot at a renowned rank for that champion gear. For example, Silver Moon Court at rank 9, Amani Tribe at rank 9, the Heroneer at rank 8, and the Singularity faction at rank 7. So you can get all of these pieces of gear. And now the obvious next question is, okay, how do I farm renown quickly? How do I get my renown up? Well, the obvious sources, of course, are going to be your main story quest, your side story quests, world quest, and weekly activities, of course. But the real trick a lot of players are missing are the exploration reputation sources. For example, throughout every zone in the game, there are lore objects tied to the Midnight Lore Hunter achievement, and looting each one of these gives you 250 reputation for that zone's renowned faction. There are also the highest peaks achievement where you click on those little telespokes on specific mountaintops, and each one of those give 100 reputation as well. Additionally, for the Herondar specifically, you have those daily activities in the bottom left side of Herondar, which can give you a bunch of reputation every single day. And when you combine all this together, you know, the lore objects, the telescope, the exploration points, treasures, all this stuff in the dailies, you actually gain thousands of reputation very, very quickly, which is why I'm able to have almost every single one of my renowns up to level 10 right now, and we're absolutely blasting through.
Wow, sag doch einfach. Oh.
So yes, you can learn special moves from boss fights, defeat a certain number of enemies to get even more skill points, and I've got more answers to your biggest questions from the almost 6 hours I had with Crimson Desert last month. And by the way, you can still enter my giveaway for the 2 copies of Crimson Desert. The winners will be announced on the 18th and will be randomly selected from the comments below these videos. To enter, simply be a subscriber, comment below, and if you end up finding this video useful, also drop a like. If not, smash that dislike button instead. Anyway, let's get started with some of the questions you guys asked, and Matthew over here was wondering if there are any other bosses than those already presented, and if so, how many? 5, 10, 50 or more. And I actually think that this kind of screenshot already made some rounds around the internet, but when I checked this during my 6-hour preview,
What the fuck? Dumbass. Main story. Oh, fucking classical RPGs. It's so boring. Ha. Soldier. Operative. Warrior. Okay.
Excellence matters.
Appearance. Nope.
This could be an opportunity. A new challenge for me.
Azért csak passza. Yup. shit.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Ich bin ein Heretic.
My apologies. I did not seek you out to pester you with unwanted attention. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtwehr, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
What? Oh wow, es geht wieder. Way. To wow or not to wow?
My regards, Commissar. Finding you was a difficult task given your parents' fate and your upbringing in the Schola Progenium. Truly, our meeting is an act of providence, is it not?
Everybody gay. More coffee. Ah, eigentlich sollte ich das lassen. Fuck this shit. Not more coffee. Less coffee. More Fishboy McTrenny.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor. But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure the Lord Captain.
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh. Real wood, wow.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Glory to the Omnissiah. To wow or not to wow? Starter Edition. Not too. 50 Stutz. Für Dogshit. Aber ich lasse es lieber. Aber was ist denn das? Was ist Starter Edition? Oh Gott. What am I doing? Wie groß ist der Dog? 137 Gigabyte! Für fucking wow! Kann ich den Download irgendwie limitieren? Ich kann nicht Full Speed runterladen, das geht nicht. Download Limits. Geht das? Da, Download Manager. Modify Download Limits. Ja, latest Updates und Pre-Release Content. Wie wär's mit fucking einfach Download Speed up? Ist das ein Update? Nein. Aber ich glaube, er rafft's. Nein, er rafft's nicht. Doch. So halbe. Da er über 57 geht. Ja, ja, das ist schon gut. Ich kann nicht Rogue Trader. Ich weiß nicht, what the fuck am I even doing, man.
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk! Annihilate them!
Start Battle. Miss. Typical CRPG. Miss. 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 Ja. Ja, 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 ich weiß, wie Turn-Based funktioniert. Also. Shoot! 7. Was ist das? At all costs, choose an allied character with a pistol. für ein Allied?
Not my specialty.
Okay, dann halt nicht. Es ist irgendwie hure unscharf, Mann. Wieso ist das? Ich weiß nicht, es sieht so unscharf aus. SSR. TAA. Ja, besser. I think. Miss.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sector. I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Loot? No. No loot. Tarantula. Baba.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically and...
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than... Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight.
Warte, wie viele fucking Optionen es da gibt.
What would you do with this poisoned treasure? Thorough, but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years.
Sanctioned psychers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. Or do you suggest that we use heretics, who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? I invite you to try, you miserable vermin. I am intrigued to see how your pathetic life will...
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady The...
So, why are you here? You have seeded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bound. Naturally, some have. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Edelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. Once, you were a commissar of... Moreover, even changing your family name... Oh yes, you would be. His kinship... I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
God, VOV, man. So... The fuck am I even doing, man?
In that case...
Submit and you'll die quickly!
Let the blood flow! Look out!
Damn.
Worse battles than this in my time. My faith strengthens me.
Okay, muss glaub gar nicht machen, what the fuck.
I've suffered worse.
Such is the will of chaos!
Heretics.
That was... insulting. Suits my purposes. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Crush the feeble!
Death to the weak!
Stay vigilant.
All too easy.
Miss.
Absolutely not.
Emperor, protect me! No mercy for heretics! team with you. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. More to...
None shall stand in my
Okay,
way.
this is funny, aber
events, I went over the challenge cards and I was shocked to see that there are a total of 76.
At the 2024 International Congress of Entomology, a group of researchers were gathered around the booth of a young elementary school student. They were listening closely as he presented his latest research on butterflies, and as his presentation came to a close, what followed was a long applause. Some rushed to take photos with him, and others were seriously considering what he had presented. His name is Joe Nagai, and he was 10 years old when he first presented his groundbreaking research on swallowtail butterflies. Now, you might think, how groundbreaking could this really be? He's 10. But he's the first person in the world to show that butterfly memories can persist through metamorphosis. And his research showed that butterflies not only retain memories of when they are in larval form, but that these memories may be passed on to their offspring. To put that into perspective, this would be like saying that if your parents were bitten by a snake and had a very painful experience, their memory of that event would have a direct influence on how you feel towards snakes. Now, this certainly sounds very exciting, but at this point you're probably a little bit skeptical, because how scientifically accurate could his research really be? Well, let's take a step back and look at how all of this started in the first place. From a young age, Joe has always been fascinated by insects, whether it was the rhinoceros beetles that would battle each other with their horns, or dragonflies that he would find near a pond. And his favorite was the butterfly. But unlike most children, he didn't just go around collecting them. Instead, he would take the time to really observe their behavior and document patterns and odd behaviors that most people would overlook. In kindergarten, he tested how long butterflies could survive if they got stuck inside their own chrysalis. In first grade, he would document his findings about a species of caterpillar that he found would molt more often than usual. He would come to win awards for both of these projects, and by the time he was in second grade, he had already accumulated hundreds of pages of handwritten observations about his butterflies. But somewhere along the way, he began to notice something unusual. He noticed the butterflies he raised seemed to behave differently around him even after metamorphosis. Compared to those he caught in the wild, they would flutter toward him when he tried to release them. And it made him wonder, is it possible that they could remember something from their time as caterpillars? So Joe did what any serious researcher would do. He went online and started looking for research papers on this very subject. That's when he came across a study by an entomologist called Martha Weiss. In her experiment, Martha had shown that moths could retain memories from during their caterpillar stage, even after undergoing complete metamorphosis. It was a surprising and controversial finding because for a long time, many researchers believed that metamorphosis effectively reset the insect brain. He was really excited, as he thought to himself that metamorphosis could apply to his butterflies too. And so, in December 2022, Martha received a large envelope in her mailbox. Inside was a handwritten letter 4 pages long. To Martha Weiss. Hello, my name is Joe Nagai. I'm in Kobe, Japan, and I'm in second grade. Along with the letter, he had attached pages upon pages of data he had collected over the years. He told her that he was very impressed by her research and that he wanted to replicate her work with his butterflies. Now, Martha was very flattered by this, but probably like most people, she didn't actually think Joe would be able to replicate.
You don't know the first thing about a woman's needs.
How selfish are you? Are you even aware of the price on my head? The pressures I'm under?
If you'd only talk to me, I could help. I want to help you, Dutch, but there's this wall.
You can help by leaving me alone so I can actually think for once.
Tell you what, Stephen.
Arthur! Are you busy, Arthur?
No.
Well, I
know you think I'm just some effete buffoon. What? A man of words and not of action. Hardly a man at all.
Well, I think you're as slippery as an eel in an oil slick, but still a man.
Because I think I found something interesting.
Yeah?
Have you ever robbed a stagecoach?
No, never. Well, who would have even thought? Of course I robbed a goddamn stagecoach. You know I have.
And what's the problem with stagecoaches?
The armed man attempting to put a bullet in your head?
Not quite. The odds. I mean, is it worth the robbing?
Okay.
So where do we find this friend of yours?
Roads.
Because what can possibly go wrong there?
Well, lead the way and we'll find out.
You sure seem to have got about around here.
You know me. I like to make friends in low places.
I like to make Enshittification.
I could ask the same of you. I have a few commitments over this way. Some expenses to meet.
Expenses? What expenses? Gentlemen's canes and rabbits to pull out of hats?
Among other things, I had quite a nice little business going for a while. Shares in a gold mining company. Excellent returns for the investor of a certain financial standing. Until, well, that unfortunate run-in with the law.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Thanks for disappearing on us during that Sean business, by the way.
I've done my part. Each to their strengths, dear boy. You know, you boys should really watch yourselves with those two families. Here we are. We can hitch up outside. I'll make the introductions, Arthur.
Ah ja, zocken wir wieder mal Red Dead. Das ist nur etwas das 10. Mal oder so.
Come on. Hang back a bit and let me do the talking. We don't want to scare him off. Hello, Alden.
Hello, Josiah. How have you been?
Dandy. And you, friend?
Like I said, times are tough. My missus is a bad woman. Terrible woman.
They often are.
Bad woman.
But how's work, Alden?
Terrible. Wages got cut again. They reckon they just invented a new horseless carriage will be the end of us.
They've been saying that nonsense since they invented the wheel. The wickedness of bosses.
I know. My comrades here and I are greatly discouraged from the adequate fulfillment of our duty.
So am I.
Is no man at all, Alden. No man at all. My friend
True.
Arthur here has a present for you.
My friend Arthur here is very discouraged. Extremely discouraged.
Call him Arthur. He's one of us, a fellow man of distinction.
And of discouragement.
This is perfect timing. I think you'll like this one, Josiah. It'll be coming south down the river road through Siltwater Strand.
Thank you, Alden. Thank you very much.
Oh, and Josiah, if you or Arthur are ever out Strawberry Way, ask for my colleague there, feller called Hector. He's also one of the, what did you call us again?
Discouraged men.
That's it, discouraged men. I like that.
Well, goodbye, Alden, or should I say, adieu.
Oh, adieu, Josiah.
What the hell was that?
I thought you might like to see that pantomime.
River Road through Siltwater Strand, he said.
Okay. I think I know a good spot to wait. Follow me. Okay, let's go. This way. Here! What did I tell you? Simple as can be. Seems a lot of the station workers are in on it these days. Earning a pittance, the unions are whipping them up, so they want something on the side. Like he said, there, Strawberry. Could create a lot of opportunities for a man in your line of work.
I ain't sure about going back to Strawberry after all that market business.
Didn't sound like you left anyone alive to recognize you, so I wouldn't worry too much, dear boy. All this trouble. You gentlemen are becoming quite the celebrities, aren't you? Soon you'll be on the front of a dime novel. And dead, of course.
We're hoping to be long gone before that. Dutch has a plan.
Dutch always has a plan.
Here we are. This is the spot. Okay. This should do.
Sure. Here.
I'm hoping we won't need those.
Better safe than sorry. So what were you thinking?
Well, according to this, the loot is located in a strongbox, which is in the back. I'll put on a little performance, and you can scurry around, open the strongbox, and relieve them of their goodies.
And how do I open the strongbox without threatening someone to open it for me?
This should work.
And I can do this silently?
Well, I'm hoping complete silence won't be necessary. But you're going to wish you had your earplugs. This is Damson. Oh, very good, Alden, very good. Of course, if anything goes wrong, you can wave your guns around like you normally do. Hold tight. They'll be here soon. There it is. Right on time. Let's go. Keep your distance so they don't see you. And please leave that gun in its holster for once.
Maintain. Yep.
How you doing, boy?
I hope you don't mind my singing.
Not at all. It's a free country.
Oh,
Did you say a show?
It's a small benefit. Opera in Blackwater. Just
Mrs. Chester Damson. Flatter me.
I flatter. But
Stop the coach, my good man! Stop the coach!
whoa! Miss Damson, why did you stop singing?
The New York audience, they were rather cruel.
New Yorkers are prigs and fools who believe Westerners don't know anything about culture.
I couldn't agree more.
Could you? It's such a small world. Would you sing something for me? I'm looking for it.
I don't know.
Miss Damson, you owe it to West Elizabeth.
I've heard enough. Might I have your card? The event is on the 23rd of this month. I can't say enough about Mrs. Damson. Magnifico. So sorry, gentlemen, for the interruption. Farewell. Finesse for once. Well done, sir. Well done.
It was easy. You did all the work.
Teamwork, my dear boy. Teamwork.
Here you go.
Thank you. Oh, jolly good. Go see Alden from time to time. See you soon, Arthur.
Let's go, boy.
Wo ist mein WoW? 63%. 15 Minuten.
Yeah, you all right there, boy? Yeah.
Ja, ja. Damals.
Hey, fellas, I have a meeting with Mrs. Braithwaite. My associates are already here.
All right, that's enough. Move along now.
Da war viel Guns mit, holy shit.
Ah, please come in, sir. This way, sir. A gentleman to see you, ma'am.
So, your friend, the other liquor vendor. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Arthur, welcome. We were just playing cribbage. Arthur Morgan, Mrs. Catherine Braithwaite.
Nice to see you again.
Apparently. So this one, he is big and as dumb as he looks?
Well, he's surely big, but his intelligence is a matter of some conjecture. Some say he is as dumb as he looks, but I think, well, he's not quite that dumb.
So these are the boys going to Caliga Hall?
Yes, we can take care of that for you, but one hates to be coarse. There is the question of money.
Oh, we've got money, Mr. Matthews.
Paper, bonds, metal.
She ain't gonna pay you in a certified check, you Yankee numbskull.
Ain't childbirth just the most beautiful miracle?
Well, Arthur.
Seems a lady can birth monkeys, after all.
Hop on. I'll fill you in on the way.
No, I'm driving. fine.
Are we going then? I thought you wanted to drive. Sometime today would be nice, Morgan.
No.
All right, let's get this over with.
You was quiet in there.
Took everything I had. That son of hers. I'll shove that silver spoon down his throat and pull it clean out of his arse. The smug fucker.
Okay. So what's she got us doing at the grading place?
She wants us to torture tobacco fields. Said they ain't had rain in weeks round here.
What?
Yeah, using that back there.
Moonshine?
Burns faster than kerosene, that stuff. Said it'd be fitting, she did. All I'm thinking is how about I try fitting my boot up your hook now, just snotty old bitch.
Jose really picked the right fella for tea at the manor, didn't he?
Ah, he's giving it his usual flannin'. One of these families got gold stashed somewhere, he reckons. I mean, I'm all for sticking it to rich folks. I hate rich folks. But they're really bury some bloody money at the end of all this.
Jose knows what he's doing.
Does he, though? The master finagler of nothing.
Easy, easy.
So far, we've destroyed the last way. Tried to sell the shine back to them. Now we're on this fool's errand, which I'm very much looking forward to, by the way. They were saying old man Gray's double security after that business at the saloon.
We just robbed their horses, too.
That was you? Jesus.
So, we're just gonna drive on in there, is that it?
Don't worry, I got a plan. Wagons go in and out of there all the time with supplies, equipment, payroll. Especially now they've taken on all that extra muscle. We're making a delivery, that's all. Just leave it to me. I can talk a dog off a meat wagon.
All right, then. Yeah.
The fuck is das? Oops.
second. Are you not worried about them greys, English?
Excuse me?
You not worried about them greys?
In what sense?
Well, they knows you.
Yeah, maybe you're right. You know what? Here, I'll go hiding back. If you can act naturally and stop us from getting into a fight before we're ready.
I will try.
Yes. Try and do an impression of a human being.
I'm not going to go that far.
Here.
We're here. Stay out of sight. I'll do the talking.
Hey, hold it right there.
Yep.
What you want, boy?
There was a thing at the saloon.
What you talking about?
Well, I'm delivering the supplies.
You're not the usual driver.
You want a bottle, friend? Here. Have a wee drop. I'm new. I mean you no harm. I've come from Donegal, in Ireland.
You don't say.
Yeah. They said you'd understand. Some kind of incident at the saloon in town. I was told to bring this up here. Ask no questions, I'll tell you no lies. Sort of business. Before the officials got there, they said.
Okay. Drive this way. I'll show you how to get there.
Oh, thank you, friend. Have a drink, Sean.
Hamish.
Good to meet you, Hamish. Fine bit of country you've got here. Not as fine as Connemara, but fine nonetheless.
My people come from Scotland.
Is that right? And you and I are nearly brothers.
Okay.
Just over here. Straight down the path here. It's getting so I can barely keep track of all these deliveries coming in.
Yeah, and they said they was looking for more drivers in town. I jumped at the chance. I never been a feller to kick a bit of honest work out of bed. So, you folks been having a hard time of it, have you?
Yeah, Mr. Gray's got a heap of problems right now with another family around here. Bunch of covetous lowdowns trying to sabotage his livelihood. It's disgusting.
Oh dear, I'm sorry to hear that, Hamish. Sounds like you really deserve that drink.
You don't know the half of it. Just in there.
Right you are.
You can unload it here.
In here? Oh, the horses like a swift one, do they?
Excuse me?
Nothing. It's grand. Quite a place you boys have got here. Reminds me of one of them big houses out in Donegal. Real fancy places they was, Hamish. Real fancy. Because if some folks got all the money, they can build quite the fanciest places imaginable, You can hold up in here till it gets dark.
Yep. Until it gets dark.
How you getting on?
Good.
Dark.
We got these things ready.
Okay.
Dark. We mean coffee.
Guards out there. Here's how I feel we should deal with things. You head over to the dry barn.
Sure. And you?
I'm gonna deal with the fields themselves. We coat everything in moonshine, and then we light things up with these little fellers here. Thankfully, it ain't rained, and that old barn over there should go up like a torch.
How many of these boys you think you need?
This should do it. Let's head out the back. Look, once they get wind of us, there'll be no turning back, so move quickly.
Of course. I'm rebel stock, boy. I was born burning down manor houses.
We'll burn quietly.
Ah, die Mission ist einfach ass.
Quiet. There's someone coming on the left.
Quiet.
Oh, hey. Well, I thought the wagon already arrived.
This one didn't. Strange.
So, what you got there?
Tools, payroll.
Okay. Drop it by the supply shed at the back of the fields.
Sure. See you later.
You hear that? Payroll.
Yeah. Let's get this job done first, okay?
Just let me deal with our friend here. Go on. You douse the fields. I'll meet you at the barn.
Try to stay out of trouble. That's good. All right, next. That's good for here. Should be enough for here. That should do it.
I'm gonna douse this too. Think she'll go under. Line her up. Woohoo! Would you look at that? Yeah. Now let's burn those bloody fields to the ground.
You pay for this!
We'll deal with these fellas. Grab some horses from the stables. Come on.
Not right now. We got company. Look out!
Look out! There's more of them.
There goes our right eye.
Wait, what is he gonna do?
Oops. Sense too high. Whoops. Okay. Jesus, der stirbt nicht, ha?
The wagon we saw coming here.
All right, where is he? goddamn mess.
I'm into you. I want them dead. Now.
Let's go! See? There it is! Maybe you haven't unloaded that cash yet.
They didn't tell you there'd be an army of them?
They didn't tell me nothing.
All right, come on.
What?
All right, come on. We'll take those horses. Hurry up.
Oh boy! We did good, Morgan! We did good!
Great, well, let's go. Okay, let's get the hell out of here, fast.
We're going straight out the front gate!
Shitty horse.
That turned into a right party.
You call that a party?
That Braithwaite had got our money's worth, all right.
Let's just get out of here first.
I think we lost them.
That we did.
Quite a night.
Sure.
Interesting little fight Duchess put us into the middle here.
I hope him and Jose are right and that there's some money at the end of it.
Well, what now?
Head on back to camp.
You coming?
Sure.
Here we are. Home sweet home.
You let Hosea know how we got on.
Will do. Hey, you got any tobacco? I'm busting for the smoke.
Toll. Der Faggot. Ich könnte jetzt eigentlich Wow probieren. Ja, komm, ich probiere Wow. Fuck auf alles. Ah, einfach Wow. Starter Edition. Was auch immer das ist. Death Knight. Ich habe doch keine Ahnung. Ja. Turalion Realm. Wieso, Mann? Also ich kann einfach nichts einstellen. Toll, okay. Ja. Ja. Mustache. Scholar. Oh ja. Ah, shit. Try. Ich bin wirklich Level 1. Level 1. $90 ohne Problem. Services. Das ist so laut. Besser. Graphics. Really? 130 Gigabyte für den Arsch, Mann. Was bin ich Level 1, Alter? Fuck off.
You are a soldier of the Noble Alliance, a coalition of kingdoms upholding the ideals of valor and justice across Azure.
We're near the island. Let's get some practice in.
Ja, toll. Practice.
Refresh yourself on the basics. We don't know what's waiting once we're on the shore.
Attack a combat dummy. Destroy a combat dummy. Hey, ja, Level 1 zien. Wow, ist so geil, Mann. Yay, ich kann alles wieder machen. Hey.
Good. Next, we... Wait, it's raining. The skies were supposed to be clear. Cole will spar with you for now. Something about this rain doesn't feel right.
Raytheon and I will fly ahead to investigate the island.
Spar with Private Cole. Private Cole, du fuck, wo bist? Stand your ground. Alter, wo ist er an? Ist er einfach verschwunden, oder was? Private Cole.
Never run from your opponent. Remember to always face your enemy.
Aha.
I yield. Well,
Ah, yield, okay.
ready for whatever we find on that island.
I need to target something first.
Private Cole, reporting for duty.
Captain, we can't weather this storm for long.
Everyone below decks, now!
Okay.
The true battle lies ahead.
Dog shit ass garbage. Oops. Whoops. 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 Keine Ahnung, was ich mache. Shit. Whoops. Whatever. Oh, Murlocs, nice.
Reclaim our supplies, but don't take the Murlocs lightly. They're deadly in swarms.
I need a target.
Kill Murloc. Wenig Rage, okay. Wow, aber das war ein riesiger Fehler gewesen. Ja. Fuck this shit. Ich habe ganz vergessen, ich hätte eigentlich können meinen supergeilen neuen BRB-Screen einschalten. Wow is shit, wow is shit, wow is shit, wow is shit, wow is shit. Oh, ich brauche jetzt das fucking Video.
replicate this at all. And so she wrote back thanking him and instead recommended that he go with a more simple experiment. But Joe insisted because he wrote back telling her that he'd already started adapting her protocols for his own lab at home and even questioned parts of her methodology, like why certain chemicals were used.
In one of our correspondences, he called me on the carpet for using ethyl acetate. He said, "I have no idea why you would have used that chemical. Don't you know that that's what people use to kill insects? Don't you think that the insects would hate that odor?" And I admit to having felt a little bit defensive, and I sort of said out loud, "We did our controls. We know that it was okay," but he wanted to choose an odor that was natural, that they wouldn't have had experience with.
This time, Martha realized he was serious. She agreed to help him with his experimental design. Over the next few months, the two would regularly exchange ideas, like how to adapt her methods for his home setup and potential improvements to the original study. And by the fall of 2022, Joe wrote to say the study was finished. And this time, he sent 33 pages.
I will
so
do
next,
what I can.
let's take a look together at what this experiment involved.
We cannot let the world fall to darkness.
Joe's experiment was built around a very simple question. If a caterpillar learns to associate a specific smell with something unpleasant, will it still know to avoid that smell after it becomes a butterfly? To test this, he followed a method similar to the original moth experiment. But not only did he adapt this for swallowtail butterflies, he also made several improvements to the methodology that we will take a look as we go through the experiment itself. First, Joe would expose the caterpillars he raised to a specific smell, and immediately here is where his first improvement comes in. In the original experiment, the smell used was ethyl acetate, which smells a little bit like nail polish. But Joe knew that this solution is very lethal and often used as a killing agent for insects. Joe felt it was possible that the caterpillars may be naturally sensitive to this and could potentially impact the accuracy of the study. So he decided to substitute this with lavender oil, which still produced a stronger and nicer smell. When the caterpillars were exposed to clean air, nothing happened, but when they were exposed to the lavender smell, they received a mild electric shock. And here is where Joe makes his second improvement to the method. See, in the original experiment, and most insect experiments in general, delivering shocks is very common, and very little care is given to the insects themselves. But Joe really saw these caterpillars as his friends, and he didn't want to hurt them more than necessary.
Don't worry.
So rather
We'll
than
find the
selecting an
expedition.
intensity level at random,
A
of which there
long
were
road
15,
lies before
he
us.
started at the lowest level and gradually increased it while watching
Meet
carefully
Captain Garrick
for
up
any
ahead.
signs of distress.
I'm going to search the
By
island
level
for
4,
more
he noticed a
survivors.
clear reaction. The caterpillars would pop out their osmoterium, which was a clear indication that they could feel the shock. And he decided that this was enough. In the original moth study, the shock intensity was much higher, and the caterpillars would show much more intense distress responses, to put it lightly. He would then administer the shock by putting both the pad and the caterpillar on his arm, meaning he could feel the shock himself. Over repeated trials, the caterpillars eventually learned to avoid the smell, and he also had a control group of caterpillars that didn't undergo any training. While both groups were busy turning into butterflies, he would spend that time building a wide tube
We'll
maze
find that
out
missing
of materials that
expedition.
he could find
Keep
at
your
home.
guard up. Lives
And then
depend on
came
this.
the most important part of the experiment. He would first place sugar water on both arms of the tube, but one of the arms would also have a small cotton pad with lavender oil. After completing metamorphosis, the butterflies were placed into the maze and he paid close attention to their behavior. When he first tested the control group, the ones that weren't trained as caterpillars, they split evenly, so about 50-50. Then came the trained butterflies. If metamorphosis had erased their memory, they should show the same behavior as the control group. But when the trained butterflies were placed into the tube, around 70% avoided the arm with lavender, which is statistically significant. And with this, Joe was the first person in the world to show that the memories of swallowtail butterflies could persist through metamorphosis, and he now had experimental evidence that his butterflies could in fact remember him.
やっぱり僕のことを覚えてくれていたっていうのはすごく嬉しかったし、やっぱりその小さなアゲハチョウは幼虫は小さいし、その脳みそも小さいのに、僕のことを覚えてくれて、さらにそれを成虫まで忘れないでいてくれたっていうのがすごく嬉しいです。
ね、大人にな
Now, most people, even most researchers, would have stopped here. In fact, that's where Martha stopped. But we haven't even gotten to the most critical part of Joe's experiment, because what he did next would shock scientists around the world. In the weeks that followed, Joe repeated the experiment again and again, watching carefully to make sure that the result was consistent, and it very much was. But one day, as Joe was spending time together with his family, he noticed that him, his mother, and his grandmother all had hay fever. And soon, a question began to surface in his mind.
僕のお母さんが片頭痛持ちで、僕も片頭痛持ちなんですけど、その脳外科に行った時に脳外科の先生が親が片頭痛だとこの片頭痛になりやすいって言ってて、確かに おばあちゃんも片頭痛持ちだったので、それがアゲスの場合では記憶で遺伝するのかどうかを確かめたいと思ったので実験しました。
So he decided to try and test this. And so through the summer of the following year, Joe began raising a new generation of caterpillars. These were the offspring to the group that he had already trained. While other kids were playing outside, Joe was busy replacing leaves and taking care of his new caterpillars. Unlike the previous generation, these new caterpillars didn't need to go through any training. And he mentioned that he felt like he was a little parent to the caterpillars again. By late summer, the caterpillars finally emerged as butterflies and they were placed into the same wire maze. They were now faced with the same decision as the generation before them had months ago, but this time they had no training. And yet, as they went through the maze, most of them chose to avoid the lavender. But more than that, it was in almost the exact same ratio as the first generation. This suggests that learning doesn't just alter behavior, but it may fundamentally alter the biology of the butterflies in a way that may be carried into future generations. Now, this is pretty amazing, right? But we aren't done just yet, because when Joe saw this, he thought to himself that if memories could be inherited to the next generation, how far does this really go? And so, he decided to breed his butterflies one more time. And again, the results seemed to support what he had already seen, with the majority of butterflies avoiding the side with the lavender pad, even in the grandchild generation. He later also finds that this behavior seems to be more prevalent in the male offspring compared to the females. But perhaps the most impressive thing out of all this is Joe's ability to show restraint. He notes that the sex-linked behaviors from the third generation dataset is still small, as it was never something he intended to test initially. So as exciting as it is, he plans to do more trials and more rigorous testing before any strong conclusions can be made. By the end of the summer break, Joe finished collating all his data across his experiments. And with this, he had gathered a strong body of evidence to show that memory and learning may in fact persist beyond a single generation.
やっぱりその記憶が遺伝するってことはすごく、まあ、その小さいし、すごいなって思ったし、やっぱりアゲハっていうものはなんか幼虫の時が可愛いし、その成虫になっても可愛いから、その記憶がさらに遺伝するって分かってももっとアゲハチョウが好き。
Whether the sex-linked effect ultimately holds across larger datasets is something Joe is still trying to figure out. But what he had achieved is already remarkable. And as news of his work spread, something unusual began to happen. At science fairs and conferences, people began lining up to speak. Researchers who had spent decades in the field were suddenly listening carefully as a 10-year-old explained transgenerational memory in butterflies. He was even invited to present his work privately to the Crown Prince of Japan. And eventually, in December 2024, he finally met Martha Weiss, the scientist whose paper had started all this. 2 years earlier, the 4-page letter he mailed across the world had not only earned him a mentor, it had set him on a path that would come to shape the researcher he is today. Joe's research on butterflies suggests that our experiences
strong black woman
traces than we once assumed. That learning may not just shape behavior in our own lifetimes, but potentially influence physiology in ways we're only beginning to understand. To truly figure out how far this really goes, it will require more rigorous testing, replication across different species, but perhaps most importantly, the courage to ask questions no one has asked before. because in Joe's world, there are no
into the woods. So it's a scary story, and my uncle actually hunted black bear with a bow in Minnesota. So I'm talking about a real experienced hunter. So it's not somebody that panics or gets scared or anything. So that's a really great story. And then later on, we were watching the show Transformers. So if your listeners are, in their 40s, they've probably seen the cartoon Transformers.
Transformers.
And just out of nowhere, he's like, that's what it looked like. I'm like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And he's like, that. And he was pointing at, if you remember Optimus Prime, the leader of the good guys, transformed into a truck. And he said that when this creature dropped to all fours, it didn't like go down like a bear would or a dog would if it's up on two legs. He said it looked like it transformed. It didn't just drop, it actually changed. And I'm like, what do you mean, like a werewolf or something? And he said, no, it just didn't, it wasn't natural. It didn't go down to all fours, it transformed into all fours. So whatever that means, I've heard that before, that it's just a really awkward movement and doesn't look like other animals. So yeah, that was pretty scary. Yeah, and we just kind of left it at that. It didn't drop to all fours, it changed. So, and that is going to be basically all the zombie road Bigfoot stories that I have. For Sasquatch, I know a lot of people don't like the term Bigfoot and prefer Sasquatch. It's just hard because I've called it Bigfoot since I was 5 years old, reading books in the elementary library. So it's kind of hard to switch to Sasquatch for me. But so those are the zombie road experiences that I've had. Did you have any questions on the zombie road stuff, or do you want to move on to the experience I had last year?
Yeah, let's keep it moving, and I appreciate you for sharing that.
Absolutely. So we know that the Osage inhabited this area, well before we did, and just some interesting things here. So
Gaylord Greg Og.
English comparison, they have Wano, which means ghost, Kidaze, which means shadow, Paizi, which means evil. Those all make sense. But then they have, and I'm not sure how to pronounce this one, but it's Hiyuzi, which means monkey. Why would they have a word for monkey? Either they saw them there, they traveled to a place that had primates, or people met with them and brought drawings or pictures of primates, and that's the term they use to describe Sasquatch in my mind. So just a little aside there.
I'm relieved you made it out alive.
So this experience happened on Wednesday, September 11th of last year, right at about 10:30 p.m. at a Missouri park, less than a quarter mile downhill from the biologist report that we talked about off air. So anyway, for squatching, my kind of idea is just to kind of sit in camp and let them come to you. You're not going to run one down. You're not going to track it at night. It's you just kind of have to wait. So we got a camp spot, which was real close, like I said, to this incident. And there was a trail right next to our campsite, and my dog will go on trails all the time. He's a big baby, but he's a 60-pound pit bull, and he loves camping and just going out in the woods. He would not go down that trail. Just absolutely refused. I was pulling him on the leash, and he would not go down there. So that's a little odd.
Yeah, but
I chalked it up like he's just a scaredy cat. It's okay. And At about 10:30, like I said, and if you're going to play the audio, I do want to be clear to the listeners that the audio that I sent you is not evidence. It is not a recording of what I experienced that night. It's a remake of, sounds that I got off YouTube and stuff. So just want to be clear about that. So first off, I hear a single wood knock from across the river. And then quickly, a barred owl sounding off like they normally do. It sounded like a natural, real barred owl call. And then a barred owl, allegedly, I guess we'll say, responded, but it was incorrect. It went into like, ha, ooh, 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 ooh.
Wow.
And then immediately was followed by about 5 horse whinnies. So I'm not going to do that sound, but you know what a horse sounds like when it whinnies. There was me, and then unfortunately there was another, like a couple that got the campsite right next to me.
Boss fights in the game, which is actually really good, I might add. We had access to about like 7 of them during the preview event. A couple of them were from the first 4 hours of the game, which some of them you already saw. The other 4 we were not allowed to record, but I am allowed to speak about them, and pretty much every single one of them were completely different from one another. No 2 bosses had the same mechanics, and quite a lot of them had some really unique mechanics about them that you had to keep an eye out for if you wanted to have an easier time defeating them. Also, the more end-game, like mid to end-game bosses were significantly more challenging than the ones in the early stages, let me tell you that. But the difference was that because the character in that end-game session was a lot more evolved, had more HP, there was a lot more room for error. So yes, it was more complicated to defeat, but at the same time easier, I guess, if you want to put it like that, because you had more tools available to take them down. And this should give you a rough idea of how massive this game is going to be. We have like 29 mounts, which is really big. That's MMO-sized kind of mounts, I'm not gonna lie. 500 plus territories. And I was shocked to see that there are in fact 110 factions. Admittedly, I'm not sure if all of them are interactable. Some of this may imply it's like the enemy factions that we get to fight. Like for example, in the early game, we had 4 as it is. We had like House Celeste, Roberts, House Felix, and the Hernan commissions. And every single one of them you can see here have like 6, 10, 30, or even 60 missions to perform for them. The completion time also vastly differs from mission to mission. For example, Hernan commissions are basically the open world or citizen errands that you run for them. They typically take like 5 to 10 minutes to complete, so they are pretty quick. But then you have like House Roberts and House Felix, which are full-blown quest lines with their own narrative and whatnot. And then there's House Celeste, which is basically the bounties. These should take the least to complete for each one individually. The only like time factor here being the travel time you need to reach the bounties in the first place, but that is basically it. Now, in terms of difficulty, another user by the name of Mafia was wondering, since there's no setting for that, how hard is this game and does it feel like a Souls-like? To which my answer is, well, Crimson Desert definitely leans a bit more on the higher difficulty threshold, but it's definitely something you can adapt to. So just to give you an example with the level of aggression that even basic enemies have, I was trying to get a drop on some of these like regular savages right here. However, the moment they laid eyes upon me, like 3 or 4 of them at the same time absolutely went crazy and like just spamming attacks savagely at me, slashing like half of my HP in an instant. And that is something that I've consistently noticed with a lot of the enemy groups. If you're not being careful and are out of position, or if you let yourself get surrounded, they will not wait on taking turns on you. They will definitely lay into you like you're, I don't know, some piñata or whatever. So positioning as well as your reaction times are definitely going to be important here. That is why there is a slight comparison you can make with Souls game, where perfect dodges, perfect parries and whatnot do become important, especially in boss fights. So yeah, but I would still say it leans a lot more into an action game rather than a Souls game. Definitely a lot more into the action a part of the gameplay. On top of the fact that you can even see other mechanics at play here, like for example, enemies do get to run away in fear and can definitely panic if you brutally take down some of their teammates. I've seen that happen on quite a few occasions. Plus, the time to kill is actually really solid. 3 or 4 good hits are typically enough to take down a target, and usually you can line them up all at the same time to take down multiple of them. At least that was the case from the preview event that I had. There's also a similar question from Oblivion47. Do you think a pure barehanded wrestling playstyle is possible? It looks like it would be very strong on normal sized enemies, but maybe not so good on bosses. And this just reiterates the point I made about the bosses previously. But in the endgame session, I did have a build that had
boring. Boring. The fuck is that? Ow. Oh no, zit ons wie dog shit.
Captain has the helm, ready for task. Tanker on tight out of range. Vector towards target and uplink. Captain has the helm, ready for tasking. Back door open. Establishing connection. Tanker on the line, get ready to vector. Airwing group online.
Ja. Naja. Naja.
Had pretty much all the bare-handed wrestling playstyles unlocked, and on regular enemies they were very effective, very fun to play with, a lot of AoE because you slam targets into the ground and enemies will just like get dispersed from it. I'm pretty sure I've noticed that you have a little bit of an invulnerability window during some of the animations, so it seemed very viable. And it also seemed viable against some of the boss fights, but only ones that are humanoid and regular size. So even if they are slightly larger than Cliff, like for example Knight Matthias early on, we can see that we were able to ragdoll him across the whole battlefield that way. And there are quite a few other humanoid enemies we've seen in some of the other gameplay previews too. So I'm going to assume that it will work against them. However, there are definitely others that will not have that possibility. Like I cannot imagine ragdolling a dragon boss, for example, or one of the giant mechanoid robots. There are other
Enshittification.
Maybe even some of your like weapon attacks may not be like the best option, because against one of the boss fights in the later gameplay sessions I had, we had to climb on the boss itself to destroy a weak point, and that was actually a lot more efficient even compared to using my own sword. So again, boss fights can be very different from one another. Now, I also saw some questions about the parkour in this game, and I'm just gonna say outright, do not expect like Assassin's Creed parkour. It's a lot more physics based actually. So Cliff is going to move like a human would on a regular rooftop. If it's very steep, he's obviously going to slip. Like if I were to, for example, here you can see we were going up this steeper roof, and I had to go very slowly to not slip down. So that can definitely happen if you go too fast or if you're on a slightly lower angle, but you can definitely just grab with your hands as well, like you would on any other surface or wall, and go that way. That actually makes a lot more sense, so it does.
Our journey with real-time ray-traced effects in games started back in 2018 with the launch of the RTX architecture. Subsequent breakthroughs in RTX have enabled the leap to path
Martin
tracing,
Stich.
which brings unified global illumination and physically accurate lighting to games such as Cyberpunk 2077, Alan Wake 2, and Doom: The Dark Ages. Upcoming 2026 titles Pragmata, 007 First Light, and Control Resonant will leverage path tracing and RTX technologies to achieve state-of-the-art visuals. Last year, we introduced RTX Mega Geometry, which brings unprecedented geometric detail to
Apropos.
path-traced worlds. By compressing geometry into clusters, Mega Geometry can handle massive scenes and update them up to 100 times faster than previous methods. This enables full fidelity path tracing with advanced level of detail systems like Epic's Nanite, and even allows for real-time tessellation of complex surfaces. In Alan Wake 2, Mega Geometry optimized existing assets to deliver higher frame rates at lower VRAM utilization. Remedy is also integrating Mega Geometry into the upcoming Control Resonant. Today, we'd like to show you a first preview of our latest Mega Geometry advancements. Large-scale natural environments such as forests remain a difficult challenge for real-time ray tracing. Such scenes demand a high number of objects with complex geometry combined with continuous animation. This comes at a significant cost to ray tracing and acceleration structure performance, as well as VRAM requirements. We are developing a new level of detail system for foliage to address all of these challenges. The technology selectively updates the scene and represents level of detail in a way that is compact in memory, visually seamless, and efficient to ray trace. With this, for the first time, we can path trace dense environments with millions of detailed plants, unique animation, and accurate real-time lighting. Our foliage system is built on top of the existing Mega Geometry APIs, and we will make it available as open source later this year. We're excited to partner with developers like our friends at CD Projekt Red to bring this technology to future titles.
Creating immersive experiences is a core part of what we do at CD Projekt Red, and visual richness
CD
is part
Projekt
of
Red.
that. We're collaborating with both Epic Games and Nvidia to streamline the implementation of path tracing into The Witcher 4. Using the in-development Mega Geometry foliage technology, we can bring fully path-traced forests to the world of The Witcher. This rendering technology delivers incredibly intricate foliage geometry with greater depth and richness. It enables millions of accurate shadows and lighting effects previously impossible at this level of
Es sieht aber auch shit aus.
Can't wait for players to experience this level of detail in The Witcher 4.
Okay. Oh, wie scheiße das aussieht.
Using the
Blur.
in-development Mega Geometry
Alles blur.
we can bring fully path-traced forests to the world of The Witcher. This rendering technology delivers incredibly intricate foliage geometry with greater depth and richness. It enables millions of accurate shadows and lighting effects previously impossible at this level of
Okay.
function that but otherwise it's very physics based. Like I said, do not expect going in like Ezio and just like doing these parkour crazy moves going from roof to roof. It's a lot more physics based like that, and it will take into account the angle of the surface that you're climbing. Now, we also got a couple more questions when it comes to how things are shared between characters. One user was asking, do you know if weapons, gear, and skills dropped from bosses or found in the world will be shared between the three characters, or only the one that obtains it can keep it? Also, if I get an Abyss artifact, is that artifact copied to all three of my characters? And finally, when it comes to the dragon and other mounts, I will assume, is this something that can be played with other characters too? So I'm gonna just outright say it right here. In the endgame session, as far as I was able to tell, every single character had their own unique weapons as well, but I believe some of them were shared. So the ones that were actually belonging to a character and you played with a different character were marked with a red sort of outline. The icon was basically red, so you could not equip it. And that is why, for example, in the case of Cliff, he uses a long sword, but Damien uses a great sword, so obviously they are not interchangeable. Great sword is slower, but has some special moves that only Damien uses. Meanwhile, long sword is something that I've seen only Cliff using. However, when it came to the double axes, so one axe in each hand, it seemed that both Unka and Cliff could pretty much equip the same ones, or at the very least ones that were very similar, albeit the difference was that Unka had some different special moves with the axes, so there were some slight differences from what I remember, but again, our session was not that long to test out everything. And in terms of the dragons and mounts, I explained that in the other video, but from my session, every single one of the 3 characters had their own mounts. So for example, the dragon and the mech robot was something that already was present on Cliff, but in terms of the other 2, they didn't have access to that. They had access to their own mounts. Even the horse mounts were different for the 3 playable characters, but there were like 29, like we can see, 29 mounts. I would be surprised if there isn't a dragon that the other 2 can equip at some point. Anyway, let's keep on going, and another user was wondering, how's the stealth in the game? Is it as viable of a strategy for non-boss enemies or just possible at all? And I will have to say that I tried going in stealthy as much as I could, but I think that only on one occasion I was able to take down an enemy that way. It seemed that enemies can be very alert of you, like if it's the middle of the day, their angle of visibility is very good, so they will see you from quite far away. Now, there were circumstances during which I was sneaking around and I could see their field of vision, which is quite large, I would say, meaning that you have to pretty much approach them from behind and make sure that also they don't like move away, because if they turn around and they see you, pretty much everybody around them will be alerted. Not everybody though, like not the whole camp. I noticed that I was taking down some NPCs, even loudly quite, but the other ones that were like 10 meters away didn't notice anything. But it depends, like I said, if they, you know, shout and whatnot, others will be alerted, and it's like very hard to do stealth in this game. I don't think it's impossible, but it seemed very hard at the stage I was in. Anyway, let's keep on going because I got more information for you guys. One of them is the fact that during boss fights, you can definitely learn abilities from bosses themselves. I noticed this.
جمال اینجا حملات موشکی ایران ادامه داشته چندین بار امروز این آژیرهای خطر به صدا درآمد و آخرین بار
Israel is in a partial lockdown. The streets are empty due to fear of Iranian attacks. Shops are closed, and this situation is becoming unbearable for the population. Even large Hezbollah. Okay. Without the sirens going off, this is unprecedented. Get fucked.
With both of the bosses in their early stages. For example, Knight Matthias over here taught us the pump kick, or at the very least we learned it during that boss fight. And after the fight, I checked the skill tree and I noticed that it had fully gotten unlocked without me having to spend any Abyss core. So upon a closer inspection, I noticed that a lot of the acquisition requirements for many of the skills over here are either to spend an Abyss artifact, or you can learn them through watch and learn. Not all of them though. Some of them had prerequisites, like for example having at least 3 levels into keen senses, and / for the nature's aqua ability was one of the examples. But it's nice to see that you have more than one way of learning skills, meaning that if we can save on the Abyss artifacts, we can use them for something else and have those abilities taught to us for free, and you know, like have a better chance at becoming stronger sooner if you keep an eye out for these abilities. It was the same, by the way, for the Horn Splitter too. There seemed to be a learning ability over there that was charging, but at some point I don't think I fully got it, so I think they may be missable, but don't quote me on that. Another one is that I found quite a few places that were guarded by enemies where entry was prohibited. For example, you can find guards, and the moment you try passing, they are like, nope, grab you by the throat and throw you like a piece of garbage away, telling you that the place is off limits. It happened on a couple of occasions, but on both of those occasions I noticed that you can find other entrances to the same location, so you can avoid the guards. You can indeed avoid it and, you know, like just emerge from the building and they'll be like, oh, okay, you can enter, it's fine. So that was one occurrence that was pretty interesting. Another one in terms of NPC behavior is that NPCs can definitely grow impatient with you and eventually abandon you. Like if you lag behind, your guide will wait, but they will grow impatient and give up if you wander too far. So there are missions during which you have to follow certain NPCs. Well, if you stray off far enough, they'll be like, screw this, I'm going home, you can visit me later once you're set on doing this mission. So that was actually a pretty interesting pop-up to notice, although I didn't get a chance to fully test it. I did, however, notice that during missions, during which, let's say, for example, you have to capture a bounty, but you fail to do that, you can definitely revisit the location at a later date, and you will oftentimes find that bounty again roaming that area. But there is a chance that you may miss them, or they run away and you have to wait for a while for them to come back. Also, on a quick note, when it comes to changing clothing, as you're gonna get quite a lot of clothes in this game and attire, you can both change them from the inventory screen right here, so pretty much the regular way like you would do in any game, but you can do pretty much the exact same thing from the menu wheel going into the armor section, and you can just like swap from armor to armor and piece to piece. You can see here like all of the cloaks, the chest piece, the legs and the arm, the helmet as well, and we pretty much have the same for accessories too. So you don't have to go to the menu and put the pause in, you can just go from the quick menu and it's going to be quicker. And what I noticed is that there are special like armor items in the game with special effects. Like for example, at some point the story brought me to this vision sort of helmet that you're going to use oftentimes in missions to gather clues. It seems I had a couple or even like more than that in which I was using the vision helmet, and it basically gave me clues about the environment to progress in specific missions. You can even replay and have all of those like visions saved in a special screen that lets you replay them. Your horse, by the way, also levels up with you. So Herspia, which is the name of the horse that you get at the beginning of the game, can level with you. We can see here that it got level 2 achieved. The only thing I recall doing was just traveling with it. I'm going to assume that there is a bonding mechanic, although I didn't get a chance to fully check it out. At some point I was hovering over it and there seemed to be some kind of like passives that the horse has. So in this case, yeah, you definitely can level up the horse and probably get some benefits out of it, which is actually nice. Again, drawing parallels to Black Desert Online, which similarly had a mechanic like this back then. Also, since we talked about character progression, another thing you're going to discover in the game is that you have these locked abyss cores. I found them a lot in the open world, even close to human civilization, so close to settlements. I believe that NPCs put them there. So once you retrieve them, yeah, they are locked initially, you cannot use them, but they do have a challenge. Like we can see over here, one that has us defeat a certain number of enemies with a spear, or take down a certain number of enemies with a specific sword attack. And if you do that, you're going to unlock that and be able to use it, so you can then invest those skill points into your character skill tree, which is really nice. And on a similar subject, I've noticed what the yellow bar next to the map actually stands for. So this is going to fill up as you defeat enemies within a region, I'm going to assume. So when you defeat enemies within that region, it's going to fill up, and once it's fully filled, you're going to get an abyss core on top of all of the other ways of acquiring an abyss core. Anyway, there were quite a few other like details I've noticed in the open world. Some of them you guys noticed before even I did, like for example this shot right here of this child falling from an upper ledge when I was arresting another NPC. It didn't even occur to me that's possible, so that was wild. The moment I rechecked the footage, it was pretty interesting, but I did notice that the physics engine in this game is actually solid. Like you have a lot of enemies you can make or bump into one another or throw into one another, and they will react and get thrown back. Like the physics engine, when I tested it, was actually really solid on the realistic side, mind you.
There was like a reptilian on there. He moved out from behind the beam and we could see him, and it kind of took my breath away. It was such a frightening thing to look at, and I think the reptilian may have been piloting the craft. And there was a gray. It seemed like I heard him in my head, and he was kind of thinking, why would these people do this to one of their own people? They told us it was the moon. We were taken off and then we were conducted to these buildings. I worked in some excavation equipment, and it used electromagnetism to excavate. Then at night I wasn't allowed to sleep. I was kind of passed around. I have a little girl to go
Passed
home,
around,
so
okay.
I was pretty compliant. There are extraterrestrials
Compliant is good.
as well. And I saw an exchange, and the ET was saying, you have no idea who you have there. Do you realize that everything you're doing to her gets reported back to her people? Who did the ET mean by her people? I'm part of a fifth dimensional extraterrestrial race that's monitoring what's going on the planet.
Okay.
And on a final note, the only other mention I'm going to make is in regards to the Abyss. So I'm not gonna lie, I was least interested in the Abyss, mainly because it seemed to be mostly like puzzle solving. However, one of the reps told me that there are some boss fights that will happen here, so that was what the rep told me during the preview event. However, what I will say is that the game doesn't hold your hands, like pretty much gives you minimal clues and you have to figure it out yourself. And a lot of the clues are actually environmental, so you have to keep an eye out for things. But here is where your skills come in handy, because all of the exploration skills that you learn
Is yet
will
bewölkt.
over here. Like you can see, we just learned Force Palm over here, which is very used to basically force things into other things, like getting a microchip into a socket and whatnot, and so on. So yeah, it definitely got a bit over my head at some point, but I think that all of them are solvable if you just like pay attention properly and just test things out and use your abilities. It seems that everything is physics based, so you probably want to start from there. So yeah, like if there's something floating, it probably needs to be put in a place. If something is not into place, you have to like stick it in and whatnot. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't focus on this too much during my presentation because I wanted to focus on boss fights. I've seen what other players did, and a lot of them seem to be not having the easiest time of their life. Like they were definitely stuck on quite a few occasions and needed help from the reps. But again, this game is huge, so we will likely have enough time to do all of this in the full game. That pretty much concludes with more of the information you guys have asked for and other stuff I found in my 6 hours of playtime. If there's anything else that you want to know, again, like just ask me below and I will try to answer as many questions as I possibly can. In the meantime, thanks much for watching, and until next time.
Crimson Desert. News. Performance specs. Is das verhüt? Ooh. 5070 Ti. Meh. Ja. Okay. Console specs. Xbox Series S. 30 FPS. 40 FPS 720p. Ah, gefuckt. PS5 Pro. ,30 FPS. Performance 60 FPS upscaled 4K von 1080. Sad, many such cases. Xbox Series X. Sad, many such cases. ROG Xbox Ally. Ja. Mac. Chip M3 Ultra M4 Max. Okay, was auch immer. Don't care. Ja. 9070 XT. Ja, ist etwa gleich wie eine 5070 Ti. Riposo. Ah, mir ist so fucking long. Joa. Kann man den eigentlich schauen? Sieht so aus. Was ist mit Audio? Ah, fuck off, Alter. Gib mir die ganze Zeit irgendeine Warnung. The Testament of Anne Lee. Anaconda. Meh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But there were no horses. There were no horse trailers. There's not wild horses in this part of Missouri. And yeah, just a horse whinny. So, and then dead silence. The frogs and crickets and everything stopped. My dog freaked out and was scratching at the tent. I thought he was going to tear it open. I mean, he was just, going at it. I let him in and zipped up the tent and sat under my canopy. I had a pistol in my lap, but don't know that it's going to do much good. Just, kind of hopeful that the sound would, deter a Sasquatch attack. But in any case, as you know, I do a lot of ghost hunting and I have a FLIR cam, but it's really meant for indoors. It's something that contractors and people like that use to look for heat escaping from, vents or stuff like that. So I got the best picture that I could. I had to, unfortunately, again, these people that camped right next to me also pitched their tent 5 feet from my fire pit. So I had to kind of shoot the picture around the tarp that I had put on the side of my canopy. Not a great picture. It's you can only use the equipment that you have. So now, when this happened, in seeing this kind of red blob that was in the woods, um, on the FLIR, that is, I felt heavy. Like I don't feel like I was zapped, which I'm sure your listeners are familiar with, but I wasn't scared or terrified. I just felt like I'm just fine right here and didn't want to get up. Uh, Probably shouldn't have left my dog anyway, and I was alone, but I just did not want to get out of my chair. So that's I don't, like I said, I don't know if I was zapped. I didn't feel the terror that people talk about. I didn't get sick to my stomach or a headache or anything, but I just felt like I weighed like 500 pounds. So it was a little strange. Um, yeah, so that's basically my Sasquatch experiences, and then we can add the Emmaus sounds in. But those are my experiences on Zombie Road and on the Merrimack River. So
Okay, I
yeah, that's what I
appreciate you.
got for that.
Yeah,
Sure.
and it seems like the cryptids are following the waterways for sure, especially the Merrimack River all the way to the Mississippi, and that's a long stretch. I mean, when you look at it on a map, you're like, okay, that's not very big until you go there, and you're like, okay, this is huge, and this river goes forever.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. You could travel fast down a river if you got in and just let the current take you, but the Merrimack is treacherous, and there are deaths all the time, especially right down at Zombie Road in Castlewood. There's been like 30 deaths, drownings. So I don't think that they would risk, being in the water. But yeah, I mean, they can find ways to travel that they don't have to swim and not be seen. So it's yeah, it's an ideal place.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just seems like a lot of the reports are around the Merrimack, even if they're further off, they're like 5 to 10 miles away. And I feel like they follow the creeks that pour into the Merrimack and just venture all up and down those rivers. And I mean, here in my area, people say the upper Merrimack, which is like towards Merrimack Springs, and then a lot of people have had encounters on the lower Merrimack, which is like past Onondaga Cave Park, and it just seems like the reports just keep going. I've gotten reports from St. Clair, Missouri, from Wildwood, and so on.
Yeah, and like I said, when I was young, I thought, oh no, these creatures need like 500 acres that's just untouched, and a human, may have been through there to map it or something. And now I'm like, they really don't need that much, and I believe they do migrate to follow food or for whatever reason. But yeah, I just don't think they need as much land as people think they do. And I think that they're smart enough that they don't, in my opinion, my belief is that they're not just like some kind of monkey, that they're smarter and like way smarter. And I feel like they can probably find food wherever they're at. Even if you're supporting a 600-pound body, I mean, if all you have to do is forage for food, and they probably know things that they can eat that, maybe other animals don't even mess with. So yeah, point being, I don't think they need 500 acres anymore. So
Yeah, they're nomadic and they travel. And of course, there's all kinds of strange theories regarding the Bigfoot creatures, whether they're interdimensional, they go underground. And I mean, the mystery continues, but I've gotten strange reports even across the bridge in St. Louis. There's like an industrial area where like where the trains go by, and there's just like this small strip of woods along the shoreline of the Mississippi. And the guy claims he shot a dog man there. And I mean, I went there and checked it out. It's definitely a rugged area. There's not enough woods there, but who am I to say? Because a lot of the dogman reports, they're just all up and down the Mississippi River. And I was reading online, and people, I don't know who it was, but they claim they saw a dogman like pretty much where the arch is. And I'm like, there's just too much city there. But I don't know. I mean, honestly, like, who am I to say if I wasn't there?
yeah, and I I always thought that that Dogman was just kind of a variation on Sasquatch, or that it was a full spirit. It was a demon that people were seeing, something like that. But now I believe that it's a separate cryptid. It's different. It either is or can be flesh and blood. And I think that a lot of, people that are into Sasquatch probably feel that way. But, after, doing some research, listening to some shows, I believe that it's its own thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not really sure what to think. I mean, it could be an undiscovered creature, a demon.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I know they're out there. And this leads to what we're going to talk about next in the podcast. When I showed up at the Emmaus Asylum, yeah, one of the researchers was there, Krista, and it was just her and I. And we are trying to figure out where we were going to set up the camp and, what we were going to do. And I heard a vocalization that had to have been a cryptid, and I mean it echoed across the valley. At first, I thought it came from across the highway, and then I heard it behind the asylum, and I think it possibly was a dog man. It didn't sound like Bigfoot, but it didn't sound like any known animal that I've ever heard. And I live around the wilderness. I hear coyotes, foxes, and bobcats, and all kinds of things. And whatever I heard back there was just not normal. And there was a dogman sighting next to the Emmaus Asylum, right up the road. I can't remember the name of the town, but just on one side of the Missouri River. Do you remember the name of the town where that happened?
Oh, gosh, I sure don't.
It starts with a D, but I can't remember. It's by Marthasville, Missouri.
Oh gosh, yeah, I can't think of it off the top of my head. I know where you're talking about, but
Yeah, by the Katy Trail. So if people listening know, there was a dogman sighting there. A family or whoever was driving down the highway there, and they claimed that a dog man was running next to their vehicle, and that's frightening because the Amaze Asylum is just right down the road, and we're hearing these sounds. After the investigation, we spoke with the people that are living there, and they said that they've been hearing strange sounds coming from the forest, that they see the shadow inside the asylum, and it seems like it just engulfs their entire vision. And I think that'd be scary. And even the property owner was like, yeah, I'm hearing all kinds of strange noises back here. But yeah, if you would, Jay, tell us about your experiences at the Emmaus Asylum and kind of what you experienced there when we researched.
Sure. So I want to start off by saying my phone was at 7%. And like you and I were talking off air, I don't get reception at Emmaus. So, I could have to walk up to the top of the ridge or drive a few miles to get service. So I wanted to keep my 7%. And I was hearing the vocalizations that, that you heard, that everybody heard all night. And it was to the point where I'm like, I got to record one of these. I don't want to, I don't want to waste a bunch of battery, and I'm like, okay. So I hit record, and then like 5 seconds later, it came back again, the sound. Um, I witnessed multiple UFOs, and and when I say UFO, I don't mean spaceship filled with aliens for sure. Something I couldn't identify that came over the ridge across the street. It was a white light. It wasn't flashing, but it was flying in a straight line. And I don't know how far it flew because I don't know how far it was away from me. But, it flew, for a minute, like probably like 10 seconds actually. Flew straight, stopped, and then went straight up in the air and disappeared. And when it went up, it went a little bit faster than when it was flying, but not much. And this happened probably 5 or 6 times, and I could not get a picture of it. So it's there. And we all witnessed a lot of other strange occurrences in the sky. But this repeated. So I'm interested to go back and see if I can see this again. And then on the left of me was the seminary building. And within about, I don't know, probably an hour and a half of when I took the picture that's on TikTok, there was a black shadow figure that walked down the back steps and just kind of disappeared. So I went down there, couldn't find anything. Come back up, and then there's green lights on the second floor of the seminary building, and they're moving around, and there's some shadows in there, but it was lights moving, hitting something. But we know for a fact that nobody was in there on the second floor. So that is what it is. Again, this is all sitting in my camping chair outside the seminary building. I look down
Fisch.
the bridge.
Fisch. Ich hoffe, YouTube bannt mich nicht. Fisch, Fisch, Fisch. Wo? Wo?
Okay, so to round off the directs, typically we talk about content that we've produced. For this one, we're going to be talking about content we haven't produced yet. And it's really interesting because last week we put out a video showing Crimson Desert running on ultra settings on PC on a Radeon 7900 XTX. And the game actually scales higher than that, but the point is with that particular class of GPU, you could run 4K native at 60 frames per second, showcased all of these amazing features in it. Everyone online seems to be particularly caught up with the fact that there hasn't been a lot shown of the console version of the game. And I guess a lot of people have, I don't know, some sort of gaming level PTSD about Cyberpunk 2077, where we didn't actually see much of the console build pre-launch. It launched and it wasn't particularly great. Similar accusations have been sent towards Pearl Abyss. However, we've got an interview here from Fighting Cowboys Preview, where he's saying, I did ask about console performance since all the footage, including my own up until now, has been on PC. And the answer I got from them was actually quite respectable. They said, quote unquote, regardless of what we say, people probably won't believe us. Fair point. So instead, we're sending the game to Digital Foundry and now have a full analysis of performance across all the platforms at launch. I guess that is a pretty respectable response. And we will be looking at Crimson Desert. We'll try to get something out at launch. Regardless of whatever happens, we'll certainly be able to tell you at launch, if there are any specific problems, even if our review isn't ready, or full review isn't ready. But John, I think it's fair to say that Pearl Abyss have been actually very open with us, far more open than a lot of other developers in this sort of crucial run up to launch. And they are going to make this stuff happen. And they seem to be genuinely proud of everything they've done. And they're not, they're opening doors for us rather than slamming them in our faces.
It's very refreshing to see, I think. It's really exciting. And I can tell that they have a lot of pride in what they're doing. And what they're doing is pretty darn ambitious, right? Because they're like out here trying to build this massive, like wide open world experience with a lot of unique mechanics and ideas that kind of separate it from the pack. And they're doing it all with their own engine.
Right.
With lots of ray tracing and all that. So obviously the console version then becomes a bit of a question because it does seem very ambitious. You saw that PC video. It looks insanely good. But we will be looking at the console version indeed. As we can say.
Oliver, is it really the case that there hasn't been any footage released on consoles so far?
Well, I did a bit of digging. I don't think it's strictly true. Because there was some footage that was released in September when they announced the release date for the game, which I think is March 19th. And that was PS5 Pro footage. And it did look pretty good, although it was unlocked for that showing. So some was 60, a lot of it was in kind of the 30s, not running too hot there, did not have a frame rate cap with that game. Now, I actually think I spoke to their marketing director at CES. I think his name is Will Powers. Alex and I spoke to him at CES. And at that point, they indicated that their console specs were still in flux, and they did not really want to commit to any particular console targets. They said they would be talking about it closer to launch, and I suppose they will, although this is awfully close to launch to not be talking about your console spec in too much detail or be showing off console footage. Although obviously I respect that hopefully we'll have a good story on that in the future when we do take a look at the game. But there are some interesting details in the PlayStation blog entry that was published alongside this most recent update. They say they're making heavy use of the PS5 Pro's high CPU frequency mode, which I believe that mode takes the PS5 Pro up to a maximum of 3.85 gigahertz on the CPU there. Now that isn't super promising necessarily for keeping the CPU-bound frame rates very high. On the base console in particular, which operates at a lower frequency, that could be an area of some concern with streaming and all that in this game. And they also talk about making it possible for Crimson Desert to hit 4K resolutions at higher frame rates with the use of PSSR2, which is an interesting sentiment. On the plus side, I think PSSR2, very promising upscaler for this kind of game, but obviously only specifying higher frame rates. Again, they're waffling a little bit on exactly what those frame rate targets would be. Ultimately, I just think we need to see this game actually deliver the visual quality that we see on PC. I think we need to deliver a good fraction of that on console, hopefully. And it does seem like a game that's reasonably scalable and reasonably friendly on AMD GPU architectures, so hopefully it will be able to do that on PlayStation 5 Pro and PlayStation 5 and obviously the Xbox Series machines. It's just an unusual rollout where they aren't showing off console footage or talking much about the console builds, and the game is coming out in like 2 weeks. I suggest that's not the best strategy in the world, even if we might have the ability to take a look at that in due course here. I think they really should be a little bit expectations for the console build.
Okay. Well, I think it's fair to say that they are trying to, help us here in terms of getting hold of the actual game and putting it through the paces Digital Foundry style. And that's not really historically what happens when a developer has got something to hide pre-launch. Maybe it is just the case that, hey, it's coming in a bit hot, but we stand by the work. And I guess we're going to find out very, very soon, right, John?
Yes, indeed. I think we will find out very soon. And I
Okay.
can't wait to find out myself.
Yeah. I mean, I've got to admit, the level of expectation and excitement for the game, I think, is something I haven't seen for a long, long time. So to put that into perspective, last week we put out 3 really good Resident Evil Requiem videos, all of which had compelling stories to tell, all of which did really, really well for us. And then the very next day after we'd released that video, Alex put out his video on Crimson Desert. And in terms of view counts and excitement level, it was basically like a 2x multiplier on the best of what we'd done with Resident Evil Requiem.
Urgent. 6 Bigfoot sightings in 4 days.
The level of
Ooh.
expectation for this game was that high. So if we can actually replicate that with the console versions, and if the quality of the game is everything that Pearl Abyss says it is, and they're willing to, give it to us, no holds barred coverage, I think that's going to be very, very, very interesting. And I can't wait to find out what the game looks like.
And there's another thing that's really cool about this whole situation is like this company sort of did the inverse of what we saw in a lot of Western studios this gen, where they built themselves up with Black Desert Online, right?
Right.
Like they focused on mobile and for like these sort of like massively multiplayer online games, and then they leveraged all the money that they made doing that into making a gigantic single player game. And I think that's super cool. They're like, hey, we've made a ton of money doing this. Rather than just keep doing that, let's also make this big single player adventure and just go nuts. And I think that's really commendable and cool. And I hope it pays off for them.
Okay, so I guess basically, pretty much in the same way that I've concluded every news story in this direct. Can't wait to find out more. Let's wait and see. But I'm particularly interested in seeing what's going to happen on this one based on the quality of Alex's video and what we saw in it, because the stuff we were seeing there was just absolutely fantastic. But I kind of do think it's viable, certainly from a GPU perspective, because 7900 XTX native 4K ultra settings. Maybe you don't need ultra settings on a console. You certainly don't need native 4K resolution. There are upscales that can be done there. Obviously you'd like to see 60 frames per second, but it's not a given. If it was at 30, then that basically reduces the requirement still further. If they've got 30, 40, 60 modes in there, brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of leeway, I think, based on what Alex's video showed there. It's not, nothing in there that was going to rule out a console level GPU.
Yeah.
Based on what we know about the way these GPUs kind of scale down. And it also, I think more importantly, means that if there is that level of scalability in there, it also means that PC users with less capable GPUs are probably in for a pretty decent experience too, assuming all of this pans out.
Yeah.
Yeah. But any final thoughts, Oliver?
No, my understanding at the time from speaking to their marketing director was that they had high expectations and that they thought the console versions were going to come in good shape, but console performance and console performance targets were a moving target, so it was hard to commit to the specifics at that stage. And indeed, they have not committed to those specifics in public, but again, based on the PC showing, I would have fairly high hopes and fairly high confidence in this game on consoles, given that 7900 XTX is a lot more powerful than the consoles in terms of rasterization, in terms of ray tracing, in terms of all this stuff. But at native 4K, like you don't need the consoles to operate at native 4K. You've got FSR, you've got PSSR too. You've got a lot of tools in your workshop to get that game up to a good performance level. To me, the key question would be, okay, that makes sense for 30 FPS, it makes sense for 40 FPS, but how do the CPU bound frame times look at something like 60 FPS? Are they able to maintain that? That's more of an open question for me at that point, but it's one that I would not be surprised if that's resolved pretty satisfactorily. I just don't know, because I have not seen the game running on these consoles as of yet, right?
Man, I love those Oliver moments. I call them. It just happens often. It's like, any more thoughts, Oliver? And he's like, no. But, and then proceeds to talk for like 2 or 3 minutes. I love it. It's so good.
I needed to fully reinstall Windows for undisclosed reasons, and I like them clean. No Microsoft AI and ad slop. So here's what I did. I typed in download Windows 11 and went to the official Microsoft store, which for some reason denied me access. Eventually I got in, and under download Windows disk image, selected Windows 11 and confirm. Then after a while, made sure I had USB flash drive selected.
Fuck gewoon dit zo weer met hem dog shit.
I just had one, so I clicked on it, and it was time to wait. Productively. When I first installed Windows onto a freshly built computer, my internet didn't work, so I had to also download my motherboard internet drivers. This is the same computer, so I'll do it here too. But first I had to find my motherboard name, which I found in my brain. Oh, what if you don't have it stored in your brain? You can right-click on the Start menu and choose Run, or click Windows plus R, then type in msinfo. I restarted my PC and smashed the delete key, which took me into BIOS settings. If delete doesn't work, you can try F2, or just hold Shift. Boot.dev, who are sponsoring this video.
For sponsoring this video, сука, блядь, иди нахуй. Ja.
I was living in Los Angeles and I was driving home on an unfamiliar road.
Dude.
That I glanced off an oddly parked car and my car went right into a telephone pole.
Also, fuck off.
Instantly went black, and then in the next moment, I was at the level of the top of the utility pole, looking down on my car. And as I looked down, I realized that that was me in the car. At that moment, at that same time, I felt enfolded in love, the sense of transcendent unity and comfort. Hi, my name is Robert Kopecki, and I am a survivor of 3 near-death experiences. The first one took place in about 1985 or so. I was living in Los Angeles, and I was driving home on an unfamiliar road through a neighborhood at dusk. And I had an equipment malfunction with a cassette player in my car, which will tell you how long ago that was. And while I was fussing around with it, I glanced off an oddly parked car, and my car went right into a telephone pole, onto a utility pole. Instantly went black, and then in the next moment, I came to, so to speak. I was at the level of the top of the utility pole, looking down on my car, which was crashed into the pole with the hood popped open and fluid running on the ground. I could see somebody's arm hanging out of the window of the car, but I wasn't quite putting it together that it was me for a moment. I could look over the hedges and bushes and stuff in this suburb and see people's yards and porches, and the porch lights come on and people would start coming out because they had heard the accident. And as I looked down, I realized that that was me in the car. At that moment, at that same time, I felt completely enfolded in love. I felt safe, happy, free. At the same time, I felt as though there was somebody with me, somebody behind me over my left shoulder that was sort of prompting me. I tried to communicate with people on the ground. I tried to sort of levitate downwards. I didn't really have a body at that point that I noticed. I did feel as though my thinking had changed. So it was less serial, and it was more part of something much broader, much more open. An ambulance arrived, and they were putting me into it. And right around that time, this entity behind me that I never turned to meet, but basically shepherded me away, and I went through a big warm cloud. I ended up in a place that was very pastoral. There was like a park, or like beautiful nature kind of, and we talked about very important things, none of which I specifically recall exactly, but it was kind of hashing things out is what it seemed like. Then I came to in a hospital with a heavily bandaged head, and there was a nurse there. And it had been about 18 or 20 hours since the car accident had taken place. I rallied to get back into my regular life as quickly as I could. I had this experience that I'd had, but I kind of suppressed it. I talked to a couple of people about it at the time. Nobody had really heard of near-death experiences at that time. And I just moved on with my life. I just went back to what I was doing before, and it didn't really come back to me for years later. My second near-death experience was some years later, and I had become pretty unsettled and was having a difficult time in the marriage, and we broke up, and I moved to New York City from San Francisco, where I'd been living, to pursue my career, which was always as an illustrator and graphic designer, comic artist, stuff like that. I lived a pretty wild life at that time. I had gotten to the point where I was practically nocturnal. I was living in downtown New York City and going to a lot of parties and living a pretty wild life. I had what basically was a problem with substance abuse, and it degenerated to the point where one night I basically fell out. I was at a party, I had to leave early, I got home, I fell on the floor. And the room, my apartment, seemed to fill in with a brilliant white cloud. And I once again felt at complete ease. I felt enfolded in love, so to speak, this sense of transcendent unity and comfort and being happy where I was. And again, once again, I felt as though I had an entity behind me that essentially guided me to look into one part of the cloud. I sat before or slightly within what seemed to be kind of like a box of time, so to speak, where scenes from my life were played back to me that I was kind of involved in to a degree. But I felt like I could reach in and touch them and witnessing them. And it wasn't the greatest hits. These weren't like the great memories from my life, but actually parts of scenes that where I'd had difficulty communicating what I needed, or had misled somebody, or had been manipulative, or had missed an opportunity, that kind of thing. And I was shown these different scenes, like real time. In general, it just told me about the present moment and about living in this box. We're in a box of time right now. So when you have a greater perspective on how time works or doesn't work the way we think it does, then that aspect of each moment being this discrete package of information that can be shown back to you afterwards is pretty remarkable. I came back to consciousness just slowly. I started to hear my girlfriend's voice kind of cutting through this experience, and the cloud closed back up and started to fade out, and the details of the room came back into my vision. And
cool.
There I was laying on the floor, and it took me about a half an hour or so to come back. As if two near-death experiences weren't enough, some years later, then I had a third near-death experience. Like the first two, it was a motif. I had an out-of-body experience. I'd had a life review experience. And in my third experience, I had been snowbirding between New York City and Arizona. And I was in Arizona in a college town. I'd just come from New York City. And I was watching the Super Bowl with some friends at a restaurant bar, watching a big screen. And after the game, I went out to call my fiance at the time on a payphone with a lot of people around. It was like kind of a public square. And I was assaulted by what we called at the time skinheads, like a big kid, kind of a punk kid who was inebriated. He started getting aggressive with me while I was talking on the phone, and he reached in and hung up the phone while I was talking to my fiance. And I talked him down, and he left, and I got back on the phone, and he came back, and he came back even more aggressively. And at that point, I made a grave mistake, something I will never do again, for certain. But I'd grown up studying martial arts, and when this guy pushed me pretty hard one final time, I planted my rear foot and I punched him right on the chin, and he went over backwards out. And there were actually people around me that applauded because he had been such a kind of a terrible guy to me. And I thought, well, I better get out of here. I did so. I made good my escape and got on a bicycle that I had ridden there, and it was heading back to my fiance's. And I didn't realize that there were a van full of these skinheads that had witnessed me punch their friend. And they pulled up alongside of me and hit me in the back of the head with a crowbar or something, drove up alongside of me and hit me with a crowbar or a tire iron, something like that. And I was knocked off my bicycle head first into the street. The next thing I knew, I was in a space that was kind of womb-like or kind of subterranean in feeling, not as bright as the previous places. And there were entities around me that were benevolent, loving. I again had this sense of being in the right place, of being taken care of and wrapped in love, so to speak, and happy to be where I was. But I also had this sense of something going on outside of this space, something bad going on. Well, as it turns out, according to the police report, I was being kicked and
well,
this group of skinheads while I was unconscious. In this place where I was safe and I had these entities around me, none of whom I really recalled features of them particularly, specifically, they were telling me that I had to go back, that I couldn't stay. And I wanted desperately at that point to stay. Maybe it was because it was my third near-death experience that I was like ready to be done with the difficulties of this life. But basically, as I recall it, they kind of picked me up, and I remember just like having a lot of hands underneath me, and they pushed me, or it seemed like they pushed me through a membrane, kind of, and I popped through. I opened my eyes, and I was laying on my back on the street with an emergency medical technician over me who said, "He's back." And they packed me up and took me to a hospital. And that was my least favorite near-death experience because it was the most painful. I had the most physical damage done at that time. It took me quite a while to recover from that. But I stashed that away too. My life didn't really get back on track for quite a while until a couple years later when I was present at 9/11, and I had this sort of extrasensory experience with what I felt to be sort of spiritual entities all around me. And I thought, this is not normal. I ended up getting a little place out of town and sitting on a rock by the river. It sounds kind of cliched, and developing a meditation practice. And in meditation, these 3 near-death experiences arose in my memory and in my heart. And I experienced them again, so to speak. And I began to write and speak about it. I had this gift of spiritual perspective, so to speak, from that first one. From the second one, then, I had that experience of these boxes of time from my past being shown to me, just like when I lived them, and the realization that this is where we make our karma. This is where we decide what we're going to do, who we're going to be. So that presence allowed me then to sort of deal with people and deal with life in a completely different way because I was able to be more focused on this moment and what this moment might mean to somebody. Couldn't see what was important that I had to do. But afterwards, I started to realize that everybody's life is important, that we all live out these big circles of being, you know. You start out in a certain place and all these things happen to you and you have to come back around and finish them. You have to reconnect. And it may not be like a superhero tale. It may be fairly pedestrian and all, but it's not to the people in your life or to you.
The storm had already swallowed the valley. The rain struck the roof in hard, uneven bursts. Thunder rolled along the slopes. The sky hung low and black, torn open again and again by twisting veins of lightning. The craft settled at the edge of the clearing. Then 2 red beams burst forth. The light was thick, almost viscous, like red paint poured from a height. One column swept toward the forest. The other struck the house directly. Wang Yongsheng's pupils contracted when the red beams engulfed him. His wife collapsed at his side. The red column narrowed, tightening, fixing him in his place. The pull upwards was impossible to avoid. The craft seemed to lose its opacity as the rain ran down its surface. Then he saw 2 slight figures inside the transparent shell. Thin bodies, faces like mice, furred and narrow, pointed ears, small, piercing eyes. A seam opened in the hull. A door slid aside and he was pulled inside. One of the beings held a small object, no larger than a matchbox. The small device was raised. Above him, from the ceiling, a square surface slowly descended, nearly 2 meters wide, gleaming like stretched aluminum foil. Without warning, the ground seemed to release him. His body tilted and lifted upwards. In September 1993, during the Third International proceedings on UFOs held in Marseille under the auspices of SERPA. Coutin presented a detailed examination of a close encounter of the fourth kind that had occurred in the People's Republic of China on September 16, 1991, at 7:30 in the morning. Addressing an international gathering of researchers and investigators, he delivered his lecture under the title Adventure in a Lost Valley, arguing firmly for the authenticity of the case. He then turns to a different investigation, also involving a close encounter of the fourth kind, a report which at the time had never been published outside the borders of the Middle Kingdom. Its author, Liu Xiaoqiang, is an eminent investigator and a prominent member of CURO, the China UFO Research Organization, Coutin affirmed. The first event took place in southern China, in Guangxi province. Within this region lies the Shawandashan mountain range, a rugged and forested stretch of high ground near the coast. About 5 kilometers from the town of Maoling, the terrain narrows into a secluded valley set between two mountains. At the point where Mount Hongmaoshan meets Mount Heimaoshan, the landscape forms a tight mountain pass known as Tiger's Mouth, once remembered as the site of an ancient battlefield. It is the only natural route leading out of the valley, opening toward the Gulf of Qinzhou, and farther beyond, the Gulf of Tonkin. The principal witness, Lin Haoshan, was 43 years old at the time. With only a primary school education, he worked as a carpenter in Maoling and had never traveled beyond the provincial capital of Guangxi. A father of 3, he was described as physically strong and had no history of psychiatric illness. The second witness, Zhu Hanmin, 24 years old, was a farmer with a similar primary level education who also enjoyed carpentry. He was the father of 1 son and was in good health. The investigation began in the winter of 1991, when Wang Xinggang, an investigator with CUR,
Even smaller than that one.
Oh shit! I just got hit in the head with a snowball.
What?
Look! It's all over the ground.
Oh, come on, guys, look.
It just whacked me. Like, look.
Yeah, I see the fucking impact zone. Really? Come on, man. Come on, I don't think my legs will last much longer.
Okay,
it's
hold
like
on.
this big. Like fucking...
Alright, hold on. Look at snow all over. Hold on. Oh no, that's fucking chuck. Where did I put that there? Fuck.
There's a piece on the chair. Okay, well, look for when we come back in.
Oh, you're right. On the chair. Okay, hold on. There and... Let me break this. Just...
Fucking pop in the dark.
It hit me in the head with a snowball inside. Jeez. Oh, nice, man.
Aha, ja. Das war klar gewesen. Okay. Feuerwerk. RIP. Star Citizen, give us more money. Yay, buy skins. Fuck out of here. Cool. What the fuck is das? Ja, ja. Strong woman protagonist. Greedfall. Co-op. Hold your horses. Single player. Bit.
Return to the world of Greedfall in a brand new narrative RPG from Spider Studio. The old continent of Gakan is dying. A relentless plague, the Malachor, spreads through the streets, destabilizing nations already locked in armed conflicts. Far from this chaos, Tir Fadi, your homeland, becomes the center of everyone's ambition. Torn from your island, taken prisoner, you arrive in a world ruled by rival factions and fragile alliances. Your goal is to escape and find a way back home. But destiny has other plans. A stranger on this unknown continent, you'll meet 8 companions with their own stories and secrets. Allies who can become friends, lovers, or rivals. Your adventure will require cunning, persuasion, or brute force. The choice is yours. Coordinate your party with tactical precision, or dive right into the heart of
Was ist das für Combat?
Master powerful skills, and explore the vast lands of Gakan for hidden treasures to gain an edge against the many threats you'll face. Your choices will shape the course of your adventure and seal the fate of 2 worlds.
Ja.
Welcome to a fantasy world filled with mystery, danger, and political intrigue, where every decision can change the course of your adventure. Welcome to Greedfall, the Dying World. Immerse yourself in this new narrative RPG from Spider Studio. Set 3 years before the events of the first game,
Immerse yourself in shit.
has begun ravaging the old continent of Gakan, alongside the discovery of an island that has attracted everyone's attention.
Try new shit. Old shit.
An apprentice Donigat.
Weird shit.
And nature.
Dumb shit.
With your initiation barely complete, your destiny is turned upside down when you are captured by strangers from across the ocean and forced to endure obscure experiments. A prisoner on a diseased continent, you have only one goal: to return home. But your escape plunges you into the heart of a far larger.
Yep. Hm. 128 GB RAM. In dem Geschwür. Für was? Wait, what? A 5090. Und 128 GB. Oh mein Gott. Ach. Yup, yup. Yup, yup. Yup, yup. Ja, das sieht noch geil aus. TM. Galactic Racer TM. Nice. So schnell irgendwelche geile Shit. What this? Great. Hauptsache alles leuchtet. Ich kenne den Encounter, aber es ist sicher lustig.
February 2016. The rural idyll of Penturch, Wales. At first glance, a day like any other, yet the signs of what was to come had already appeared in the sky. For days, a special government surveillance aircraft had been circling the area.
Ich weiß doch auch nicht.
An unusual maneuver that unsettled local residents, but was ignored by officials. Why had the military been on heightened alert days in advance?
Ja, es ist dann alles still, habe ich mir das gesagt, ja.
At the center of events, Kes Clark and her neighbor, Dave Lewis. What began as an ordinary evening for them would end in a direct confrontation with the massive arsenal of the British Armed Forces. The surveillance by the reconnaissance aircraft was only the beginning, the proverbial calm before the storm. It was just before 2 o'clock in the morning. While the world around them slept, Kaz and Dave were still sitting outside, unaware that the night's silence was about to be shattered.
Yeah. Nope.
suddenly, the atmosphere was torn apart. First, an E-3 Sentry appeared, an airborne radar outpost coordinating the airspace.
Damn.
Phones completely shut down, while residents at a distance were still able to capture images. Yet as incredible as the sighting of this pyramid over Pentarch was, it was not the first time such an object had appeared in the sky. These phenomena had already been documented around the world. In 2009, a massive pyramid over the Kremlin caused international sensation. And in 2018, the event repeated itself over the Pentagon in the United States. What unfolded here in Wales was the continuation of a global mystery that had now taken hold of Pentarch. The helicopters immediately gave chase. It seemed like a deliberate diversion to draw the pursuers away from the main structure. Without directly above the area, they occurred inside the hospital. Non-human body.
Put this in, it's over here, okay? And you'll remember back with episode 31, you'll see a clip of that actually in that video I just posted on my clips channel with the big firebow. That was August 22nd, 2020.
Fuck, ik heb een gelesje. Wauw, weer.
Firebow knocked out a camera. That was going this way to the east. And then they're like, okay, well, we need a new camera. They kind of fixed that one up. They put a new one in. Let's put a camera in over here to check it out. Now they just did that in the past few days, and it's getting bombarded with tephra. And it's probably going to be fine, but if this continues to blast a little bit further that way, it may not make it. So, and that's also where you can go.
Poor guy.
Pull them back like 4.
To get into Emmaus. It's for listeners, it's just about like a 30-foot bridge, but this is about 150 yards away, and I see a black four-legged creature, definitely bigger than a house cat. It could have been dog-sized. It could have been bigger. I'm not sure, but I saw it. And then Joe was there, and he had Joe from Ozark Harryman had a good night vision scope, and it just didn't show up. It did not show up at all in the scope. So I don't know what it was. I mean, it just didn't show up as being something that gave off heat. So there's that. And in that same chair, and this didn't happen that same night, but you can see the church on the top of the hill, and they keep the lights on at night. And frequently I have seen a shadow person or an entity of some sort just walking between the windows. And as if you come to an Emmaus investigation, we're not allowed in the church. But the people that are running the investigation, the lead guys from Haunted Souls, they have keys to everything, and they have to go up there and make sure there's nobody in there because nobody's supposed to be in there. And they went in, there's nothing in there. So I don't know. I didn't used to be a huge believer in, wormholes and portals and stuff like that, but some of these places where we're seeing all this different type of activity, it really makes me wonder if there's not portals or wormholes at these places that these things are just coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with my personal experiences, they are 100%. In Mexico, I saw one of these wormholes, and I was just kind of like staring at it. And I thought it was like, I don't know, it was like a black hole in the ground. And I'm like, what is that? And I slowly walked towards it, and the shadow being stood up out of it right in front of me and like confronted me. I took off running, but that's my experience. So I can say for sure that portals exist, but I don't expect people to believe me. And yeah, the experiences that we had at the Emmaus Asylum, that was just startling because Krista and I were sitting there, and you were setting up your tent. I remember staring at the back of the asylum, and not one door was open, other than the main door on the little ramp there, bridge, whatever it is, that goes into the asylum. We were going in and out of that door, but the main one to the right on the upper floor, like we looked up, and that door was completely open.
Great. Amazing.
Krista yelled at you, like, she didn't yell at you, but she called to you and she said, "Hey, did you open up that door?" And you said no. I mean, I don't know how that door got open. These doors are big metal doors. They're not light doors. I mean, maybe it did open up on its own, but when I was inside the asylum, we heard like doors slamming shut or like banging noises, and it was just creepy. And we also noticed the next day, Brandy and I, we went to where the the woman was scolded in the bathtub, that door was shut and locked. And it's just like,
Really?
what? Yeah, it
I
didn't make
didn't know
sense.
that.
Yeah, we couldn't figure it out, and we went back later on, and Haunted Souls was there, and they already had it open, and
Mhm.
they said that maybe it just shut on its own, but I don't think so.
Yeah, it is funny that, sometimes they dismiss stuff and I'm like, "Well, wait a minute. Let's take a closer look at this." You can't just be like, "Ah, it probably shut on itself or shut on itself." Where's the evidence? That's what people always want, right? And I say go out for the experience. It's not maybe some people
Wait,
think that
what?
if they get a
Es
really
wird
good picture of a
abgeraten.
ghost or a Sasquatch, it'll make them rich or famous or something. But I think mostly it really just draws ridicule, unfortunately, because there's so many fakes out there. But go for the experience, man. You don't have to capture everything on camera. And Emmaus, I feel like the spirits there are getting used to us. They're getting comfortable. They know
Yeah,
that we're
yeah.
not trying to send them to the light, or, we're not doing seances and Ouija boards and stuff like that. It's my opinion that they're getting comfortable and they're starting to come out. And that room where the door shut is the same room that we had the cigarette
Which?
smoker in. And so yeah, I mean, Emmaus is great, and we'll be doing a bunch of tours out there. Um, I think we have one in July, and then I know we've got a ton in October. But it's it's lit up, man. That place, I really think that there's got to be at least one wormhole or portal that these things are coming through because it's just too much.
Yeah, absolutely. By the end of the night, I mean, I'll admit it, I was terrified, especially since the fact that I was sleeping behind there and you were too down on by the
Yeah.
bottom floor. But I don't know. Once I laid down, I could not wait for morning to come. And then once I started falling asleep, I heard that vocalization up there by the cemetery, and I was like, oh boy, this is not good. I should have grabbed my camera and filmed it, but I'll just like go to sleep and go. And the reason I did that was because the Ozark Harry Man had that audio recorder right where those.
Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Alles mega spannend. The Bledsoe. Yeah. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him.
Mexico. Authorities say 68-year-old William McCaslin was last seen February 27th after leaving his Albuquerque home on foot and leaving his phone behind. During his career, he oversaw classified space weapons programs and was considered an expert on UFOs. The search for McCaslin is spurred by concerns about unspecified medical issues. Clothing has been found near his home, but it's unclear if that's his. The FBI is
Big happening.
Sounds were coming from. So I was like, I'm not going to mess with it because if I do, I'm not going to be able to sleep and I'm going to have to deal with this for the rest of the night.
Well, as you know, I took my nephew with me that night. And I kind of regret being like, "Hey, do you want to go, ghost hunting?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Yeah, we're gonna look for Dogman and Sasquatch." He's like, "Yeah." And then I thought about it afterwards. I'm like, maybe Emmaus wasn't the best place to take him. So we went.
Today, I finally learned why people won't shut up about Titanfall 2. For years, I've heard the same thing. It's one of the best FPS games ever made. The campaign is so good. Trust me, you have to play it. And I never did. I don't know why. Maybe it got buried under bigger releases. Maybe I assumed it was just another sci-fi shooter. But after playing through the entire campaign for the very first time, I think I finally get it. Because this wasn't just a movement shooter. This isn't just giant robots. Somewhere along the way, this game made me care way more than I had planned. And by the end, I really wasn't ready for the blender of emotions I was thrown into. Welcome to New...
Alter, was sind das für Texturen? Fuck me.
Now in the beginning, I didn't have very many expectations, besides maybe fighting as a clunky giant robot. But to my surprise, when they throw you into the tutorial and there's this immediate combined feeling of speed plus fluidity, I started to think of all the possibilities that could open up during combat. And during my very first run of the Gauntlet, I quickly realized how all these different types of movement, wall running, sliding, double jumping, all play a factor in not only your momentum, but eventually your combat efficiency as well. Now compared to a few shooters I've played recently, which were a lot more grounded and a bit slower, this game shows you the potential early, and how if you can find the rhythm, movement turns into offense. And I hadn't even got my Titan yet. Now the very first mission, it also serves as sort of the early tutorial. And what I found worked for me was the tactical style of gameplay that is moving cover to cover, picking off enemies one by one for the best chance of survival. But as I worked my way forward, I was quickly reminded that the game was built for moving, because once you stop to hold one position, that's when you die from another. Surely now I understood, right? Don't stop moving until you're forced to do so, because that's how the game teaches you. It doesn't hold your hand, you learn and adapt or you die, over and over. Now at this point, I still don't understand how Titans will change things very much, but apparently I was ready to begin my journey of piloting for the very first time. Starting off, you are introduced and finally in control of the Vanguard class Titan BT-7274. And immediately, you notice the difference in sheer
Die Textur
scale.
ist
You're
einfach
super high up off the
großartig.
ground. The enemies are the size of rodents, and you can really feel the weight of your Titan as you're dashing around, slaughtering enemies, feeling absolutely unstoppable. The game puts you up against your first opposing Titan, and that's when you really
Rest
begin
in
to realize that
pepperinos.
Titans aren't just tanks, and that there's actually tactical play within their abilities and loadouts. Now as you push through the mission, eventually BT strongly insists you swap to a new Titan kit. And if you pick the correct dialogue, BT says this sort of monotone / dry humor line that kind of made me pause for a moment, and I was like, wait, did he just make a joke? Huh.
Its advanced design may give us a tactical advantage.
I think somebody's in love.
A human's concept of love requires admiration, attraction, devotion, and respect. Conclusion: I am 50% in love.
And actually, this relationship ends up being way more important than I would have guessed, because during the very next mission, that small bond is already beginning to be tested. Now as I stepped into this...
Okay. Yup. Look at